Hello, mic check. Checking our dropped frames. CPU usage is a little high. Hit rate looks good. I think we are ready to get into it. 9:15, almost on the dot. Hello. Welcome to continuation of the FORMBOT Trident R1 kit build stream series. Last time on the stream, we were able to get most of the wiring taken care of. I got the mains voltage done, got most of the stuff wired to the MCU and mainboard. This is the Manta M8P. And we had the bed wired, but I'm going to do some changes to it, so we'll be modifying that a little bit today. I've got a whole list of stuff to do. We'll see if we'll be able to stick to it. It goes through getting some of the stuff that we missed last week in terms of wiring done, all the way through hopefully getting the config set up on this guy. So if everything goes well, I don't know if we'll push plastic, but we can probably go through all of the initial checks and things like that. And I'll be pretty happy with that. Off stream, let's see, I did a lot of dry fitting of things. So I kind of ran the tool head wire, and we've actually already pre-cut this down. So it comes with all of this length, but it's kind of way too long. I'd have to route all the excess cable somewhere. So I kind of ran it from the tool head, gave it some excess cable down through here around, and you have to split it out. So you guys can see that we have the power and the CAN cables. I need to re-twist these a little bit. Ideally you have these twisted, but you have them split out, and we'll get to the PSU first, and then it has to make its way all the way over to the MCU. I took off the JST connectors so that we can fish it through the sleeving and all of the grommets and things like that. And let's see, last time I got stuck with the Y end stop. The Y end stop actually needs to be mounted under the A motor over here, I believe, BA, and there was just no instructions for it. There's a specific part that was in the STLs, and it is this guy. So it's just a little part that the end stop slips into, but I didn't see it in the build notes. The build notes just kept saying, you'll do this later, you'll do this later, you'll do this later, and then it never came to it. So I had to look it up. Somebody on stream, I forget their name, helped me out last time and told me what the part was and where to get it. So thank you to that person. As you guys come into stream, please let me know if the audio is okay. I'm gonna go ahead and tweet out that we are live, and then repost in the Discords. It's really cool that guys like Mandic, Steve, Modbot, Feder allow self-promotion on their channels. So if they're not streaming, hopefully somebody else, might be. And their viewers can come in and watch. So this is our part 6, I believe. I think I had it mislabeled as part 5 in the pre-stream screen, but we're on part 6. If I can get the config done and move the motors around and home in 6 streams, I'll be pretty happy. Has anybody chatted yet? Let me see. Oh yeah, why am I not getting? No, that's an old chat. Whoopsie. What else do I need to do? Steve builds and Modbot. Of course, if you have any questions about this kit, this build, we will be turning this into an R2 eventually, but I figured I'd build it relatively close to stock. There are some things that aren't stock about it. We're doing inverted electronics. We have done Nomi on the tool head, a few other things, but it's pretty close to the stock kit. And so far the kit's working out well. We've had enough hardware. The documentation is pretty good, besides the thing I mentioned where it just didn't show us where we need to do the Y end stop. So I think I've posted it in all of the places. We are public. Steve didn't have to tell me this week to make the stream public. I usually set it up as unlisted while I configure everything, and then swap it over to public right before I stream. But yes. Anything else I need to talk about before we go? I do have I have a camera angle I haven't been using, and that's this guy. So hopefully that'll provide some good views of the electronics when necessary. It's on a little action cam. Wearing my Fabrico shirt today. Somebody from a Fabrico team, it wasn't Hector, someone else was gifted a membership by Steve last week, and I was like, I'm not wearing my Fabrico shirt today, maybe I'll wear it next time. But yes, I think that's it in terms of like what I did off stream, the dry fitting. Oh, off stream I also have already flashed the SD card that this is going to run off of, and I already set up my Wi-Fi on the boot partition for it. So I didn't want to, spend a whole lot of time working on that. But yeah, let me know how the audio is in chat, and we're going to get into building as soon as I start recording. So the first thing I have listed is this Y end stop. So let's figure out what we need to do for that. As I drop almost everything. So one of the mounts for this BA motor drive, the A motor drive, has two different size screws. It has an M3, which I have secured in here with just a little heat set insert. And it has an M5, and so they go in there, and they are to allow you to mount different types of pods and things down here. So we need to mount this over there. Let's see if that new action cam view will be good for this. So it will mount this way, I believe, so that the lever will stick out this way, and then when the carriage slides back, it will hit it. The X end stop is already on tap, so that's been set up for a while, and it goes into the SBB 2209, whatever it is. So we need to get the end stop mounted in this guy. What did I do with the end stop? Oh, it's up here. Why did I put it up here? So I depinned this. I'm not used to using this action cam. But I depinned this so that we can slide it through easier. It is pretty clearly labeled as the Y end stop. But which way do we want to have the lever facing? I would think it doesn't really matter. This looks to be wired correctly. I believe it needs to be wired on the two outside terminals so that it is normally open? Normally closed, which is how you want to have your end stops. And I think filament runout sensors. But with this depinned, we can slip these through. Hopefully slip these through. And it's got kind of two little routes for it to go, and then cable management for it to slide out. I really got no chatters. Am I on top chat? That what the problem is? Nope. No, I am on top chat. I don't want to be on top chat. I want to be on live. But no chatters. Okay, So we will pull this all the way in, and then it uses the self-tapping screws. Well, hopefully it'll fit in. Yeah, there we go. Not a ton of self-tapping screws so far in the build. I feel like they were more prevalent in the V0 builds I've done. Could probably put a precision bit in my... Is this the way we want to? No, we want to screw it in from the other side. Why do they have holes on both sides? I guess so. If the screw's long enough, it'll just pass through. But yeah, you want to come in because it needs to sit flush. Where's my other self-tapping screw? Here it is. I'm not going to sleeve every single cable today. The main two that I kind of thought would be most visually appealing are the kind of Z umbilical mod type thing I'm doing, and then the CANBus cable. Those are my priorities. The other ones I'll come back and maybe sleeve later. But this will mount. We need to get our cables kind of coming out the correct way so they don't get pinched. And then they'll drape down. We need our, let's do the M5 screw first. I did have to find longer screws. I think this uses like an M5 by 10. I think this is a 16 or a 12. I don't want to pinch that. Do size driver. Okay, and then I will start the M3. Hey, thanks for this build series. You're building your own 350. Nice. Are you doing it with this kit, the FORMBOT kit? I am noticing that the electronics are a little cramped inside of the 250. So I can imagine in a 350, you're gonna have plenty of room. I'm doing inverted electronics, and that's causing some extra crampedness because they technically want the electronics to go front and back in their build guide. But yeah, so far I'm liking the kit. Yes, where are you at in your build? Just curious. So hopefully you don't run into some of the issues. Oh, that did not screw into its home. There we go. The M5 just fell out. And are you doing any interesting mods to yours, or keeping it pretty stock? I would have loved to done a 300 or 350. I think 300 would be a little bit more practical for me. I don't really have the space for a 350 at the moment, unless I clear out some other tools in my garage, but I'm hoping this will, you know, serve me pretty well. So we then need to route this guy. So I'm just gonna, I used the cable management hookups and just put a loose zip tie through all of them. It recommends, I think, 3. You can probably add more if you need. But they want you to wrap this in the kind of Prusa style cloth sleeving that they give you, but I'm gonna do it in my pretty sleeving later on. And this is gonna have to come all the way over to here. So let me see about this view. We've got the frame, stealth burner, tap and bed. I'm working on the electronics bay, gotcha. Are you enjoying the build so far? Like finding it reasonable? I need to check out, I think the black goes in the middle, but let me bring back up the desktop. Oh, my desktop view is not working. Try to fix that real quick. Kind of random for that to break. Why you no work? One second while I do some OBS fixing. Desktop source. Now you're working. And let's go back to our main. Okay, now desktop is working. But I need to look at the diagram. I'm pretty happy with the documentation with this so far. I've liked it so far. The weird rotation for the FORMBOT kit for the enclosure space. Still not sure why I wanted it. Sorry, whether that rotation is smart or works best. I think for some of their length of wires, it might work out a little bit better. Like I'm having to kind of modify it a little bit to do these inverter electronics, but for the most part, I think you should be able to get it to work. The most worrisome thing is you might have to lengthen like an in-stop wire or something like that if you don't want to do it in their recommended orientation. But let's look at this Y in-stop. The black is in the middle and the red is on the left. I don't know if it matters or not, truly. I think you just need the right two pins connected. But if we place that in there, need to have the black in the middle one, the red in the leftmost. So I think this will be a good example. Technically, this is all supposed to be, like the board is supposed to be over here on this side and the PSU is supposed to be on this side. So this run of cable might be a little short. So I might have to kind of drape it across some stuff that I don't necessarily like. Like we got to go into this cable management thing. I need to probably go under the PSU a little bit. And into the cable management track. And pull out some slack. And get it over where it needs to be plugged in. So, oh. I lost the wire. But I hope you're enjoying the stream. Hopefully learning a little bit and maybe running being able to do stuff a little bit more efficiently and with less issues than I have run into. I think I've created a lot of issues myself, to be honest, doing things a little bit out of spec that don't go with either the Voron manual or FORMBOT's manual, but for the most part, I'm not too concerned. So I don't like a wire going across the board like this, but it's just not quite long enough to go into the cable track and then, I mean, I guess technically it should kind of be. You don't have anything that can print ABS, or you would have printed parts just to follow along with you. Gotcha. Okay, I think that is the Y end-stop motor mounted. What is next on my list? The bed. We need to rewire the bed. It's probably going to be best on this guy. So, what's the best angle for that? Here. I am doing I guess I'm calling it a Z umbilical mod. There is supposed to be a cable chain mounted here that just kind of curls up and then goes up into the bed. But I just want it to be special, and I just think Z umbilical mods look kind of cool. So we're going to do something a little bit different. This is where's the normal Z chain mount? Whoops. The normal Z chain mount goes right here, and then the cables come up and into it. No, it goes like this. The cables come up and into it and then folds over and goes up there. But I have made this version, which just has like a little PG fixture to it, and then I actually modded this and made a slot so that we can kind of pass it in. So we're gonna need to take this out at some point. Once I have this built, I'll print the R2 parts and follow along with you, transfer it over probably. Yeah, that's the plan for this, is to print the R2 parts mostly on it. I started printing some of them on my V0s, but I was like, it's kind of nice when you can print parts for your printer on your printer. So what I want to do is I've already pre-cut some of this cable sleeving. This is kind of like the cable sleeving that you typically get at for a PC, you know, doing custom cable sleeves. And we need to pass all this through it, so I'm going to do it, I guess, one cable at a time. Oh, I also cut the what do you call this? The thermistor wire, and I repinned it with a inline, what do they call, microfit. They have it, for some reason, every other wire is split out with Wagos, but the thermistor isn't. So this is my quick fix for that. I think there's a mod to this part that has a Wago for the thermistor. It has an extra 2 Wagos, or there's one that you can kind of solder together 2 JSTs. But I figured this would work for now. So let's get this sleeved. And again, this isn't necessary. They actually have a lot of sleeving for the stuff that's going to end up being exposed in the kit. But since I was going with this Fallout theme, I kind of wanted it to be almost like a custom PC build. You know, like Steve, Mandic Really, and Modbot, they kind of do builds with some cool color schemes and themes, so I like it. I might be able to do more than one at a time if I maybe tape them up. Let's see. They're not quite all the same length. Let's see if I can do these two and then do the thermistors separate. For the filament, I went with, what are they called? Polymaker Polylite ABS for the yellow. It's just a plain yellow. And then for the blue, it's the Galaxy Blue ASA. I thought about doing a third kind of accent color. I did that on one of my V0s, and it kind of added a little bit of depth, color depth, if you care about that kind of stuff. I probably should have done all of these at the same time. Or maybe off stream. If this ends up taking a long time, I will consider doing it on stream or off stream next time. I like this Manta M8P board though. It just seems like it keeps the electronic space so clean. You don't have to have an extra 5-volt power supply. You don't have to have a Pi and the MCU board. It's of course bigger, but I think it overall simplifies a lot of the build, or at least electronic space part of it. Reduce complexity for the builder. They've of course had to solve the problem of having a single board computer and MCU in one, but after they solve that problem, it's kind of relatively easy for us. Here's where I might regret not having done all of them at the same time. Finding some technique. Kind of making it fat in the area it needs to slide through, the pins, and then pushing it as far as it'll go, then it catches, and then I do that over and over again. It worked for a little bit. Three-color killer prints move. Yeah, Zombie also is really good at doing cool custom color schemes, I've noticed. No. Mandic really is the only person I've seen who like streams who's done a lot of sleeving. I've seen some other builds on like the Voron DB that have done custom sleeving, but not a common mod for kind of the streamers and content creators that I've seen. Again, the sleeving they provide is more than adequate. It makes the build look pretty good. You don't see a bunch of what I call ketchup and mustardy wires everywhere. But we're going the extra mile for reasons. Again, the Z cable chain is completely adequate for this build. I've already got some heat shrink sleeving. Thinking about using clip pane. I have toyed with it. I put it on my old TiVo Tornado. But I don't actively print with that printer. It's kind of like my test bed that I somewhat clipperized and Voronized just to kind of try new stuff. Like I put Nomi on that first and plan on putting Eddie on it just to play around with that. So we've got all of these coming out here. I'm going to heat shrink this a little bit, just to hopefully help it stay and not slide around too much. Then we need to take our new part, which will go like this. This will slide in here and go through there. And then we need to get the glands all the way up. I will be very interested in how you find clip pane. I've used like Shake and Tune a little bit, but I haven't used, what's the other thing called? What's the Calico? Is that what used to be like the Danger mod or whatever? Now we're putting all 5 of the wires through the cable glands. Guess I'll know my crimps are good if I can make it through all of this. And then we will rewire the bed. Oh, not necessarily that it's not a good choice. I'm just not familiar with it. Let's see if I can get a good view of the Wagos and such on this camera. And it's a little dark. I do have a little extra light I can shine up there. Maybe. Yeah, that's helpful. Okay, so we need to get these guys wired up. This is another custom part, Ella from the, oh, I didn't switch the camera for you guys. Ella designs, oh, you can't see it in this view. This part, it's a modified version of the not motor mount, but coupler mount, and it kind of just has some slots for for this to kind of come into and go out in a certain way. So, but let's get these wired back up. What's the order? Looks like protective earth is first. And then in the middle is, I think, live. Take it out so I can read it. Yes, the middle is live. And furthest is neutral. Still get a little bit nervous about wiring mains voltage. I haven't had to do it on a lot of builds. Did I do this the right way? Might have gotten my order of operations mixed up. This will be here. It'll come up through it. Out this way. And then this needs to slide down. Yeah, that's right. So we need to, I think the toughest part is going to be getting this cable sleeving through this gland. Oh, that wasn't so tough so far. Oh, we need a heat shrink tube up here too. I'll do that after I do this. I'm not using the there's like a little rubber gasket part that is meant to help keep things. Where'd that part go? Keep the IP rating on stuff, but I'm not gonna use that. This will slide down into here and screw in. I need to put this part on too, up here. So this is one of the cable glands that they give you with the kit, but it's actually meant to go in the tool head, but I'm going to make it go down here and use a different version that I had on hand. So I guess that's technically kind of another mod. And similar with this, we got to get it. You come out that other side. Can you hear the music, Verbal Shadow? I don't want it audible, but not distracting. Like I feel like there's a perfect volume where if you wanted to be listening to your own music while watching the stream, you could, and it wouldn't mess things up, but it's kind of there also to help with dead silence. Come on. I also need to put heat shrink tube on it. I can do that after. But maybe the heat shrink tube would make this easier. Let's experiment. What type of stuff do you print, Verbal Shadow, besides 3D printer parts? So if I can get this into the heat shrink tube, a little bit easier than into the gland, then it should be easier to get the heat shrink tube through the gland. A bit too close. But now, after I let that melt a little bit. Yeah, we're gonna have to deal with that in a second. I think that's probably gonna be one of the next things we do, is getting the basically doing this again for the tool head. But now, I hope this heat shrink tubing will pass through easier and make it so I can spin this through and on. Maybe. Please. Kind of stretching out the heat shrink more than I would like, but it's going on. If I got my order of operations right, that would have been, like from the start, that would have been much easier. So now rewire this. No music here. Let me turn it up a tiny bit. Let's see, let's go up to 42, negative 42. Mostly functional stuff for the house and decorations. Yeah, like Christmas and holiday decorations and stuff. So do we say Earth, live, oh, the heat shrink tubing is covering up the ferrule. And neutral. And then we need to put this microfit back on. This brown wire is a little bit long compared to the others. Maybe the others are short. Where's that microfit? It is this side. And let's switch back here. Passes the tug test. Hope I kind of tore up one of the wings on the microfit, but looks like I can get it back. And then we'll test continuity in a bit. But this is going to like the stuff that takes me the longest, it's the most frustrating, is the stuff I've kind of put on myself. New parts for your Audi, a few parts for your Audi. What Audi do you have? R-Square K3D. My first time catching your stream as recommended from YouTube. Love the colors of your Trident. Thank you. It's a Fallout theme. I'm trying to think of a name. I'm kind of leaning towards Vault 3. I've been playing with some like graphics. I might do some vinyl cutting or 3D printed decorations. But yeah, definitely going for a Fallout type aesthetic. Let's get a couple of zip ties. You guys see? See, entry and exit. And welcome to the stream. I'm just going to do it loosely so it holds it in the right spot for now. I can hear my camera hunting, focus hunting. It's a Canon L lens, and it was nice when it was new, but I think it's getting, maybe the motors or the elements are a little out of place. Uh, 2014 Q5. I drive a 2017 Volkswagen GTI, which is you know, a lot of shared parts with a lot of the Audis. My buddy who drives the Audi I forget, maybe S4. He's done a bunch of mods and wants me to do them too. Like a bypass valve, turbo inlet. It's like a whole set of like very common. What do they call that platform? Volkswagen Audi group, like. All right, I need to get this guy mounted with a couple of these guys. Can't have that in there yet. So this again is a mod. Normally it would just be the normal cable chain, but I just had to be kind of special with it. Thanks to cable sleeving, a nice idea. I may swipe for my Trident. Not a fan of the IGUS chains, and the added color is nice. That's kind of precisely what I went with. For the Z chain, the cable breaks and stuff that people, oh, that just fell off. The cable breaks people get aren't as big of a problem, you know what I mean? Like the Z chains on the X and Y, they move so much and so fast, that's where you're typically gonna have the most breaks. But in general, I don't know, I'm kind of liking the aesthetic of sleeves. And again, not everybody's gonna want to go through this, so I understand, you know, it's not gonna be a change they make to the main build. That's not the right one, is it? Where did Brian put his driver? That's gonna be half of this build today. Here, yeah, maybe, yes, no, maybe so. Needs to come up through there. But it's good to hear that you got recommended the stream. What Trident kit are you using? R squared. Gregory Albright, T3P. Is there a market for these printers, or is this a hobby? I'm all in for personalization. You can buy. It's an enthusiast hobbyist kind of type build, and these aren't even on the extreme side of kind of the enthusiast 3D printer side. You know, there's rat rigs and VZ bots and stuff like that that are even more kind of boutiquey than this. But you know, a lot of people who just want a printer that works are going to buy a Prusa or a Bamboo Lab, and you can buy those as, you know, ready-made printer. $350 by $350 kit from West 3D. So is the West 3D like a hybrid LDO with their own stuff kind of thrown in and on? I thought they used to sell LDO kits, but then I think they are like, yeah, they're doing like their own thing, right? With like some specialty stuff. I did a mess of mods though. All-wheel drive 48 volts with the top hat and clicky clack door. That sounds cool. I can see some of that stuff in the future for this build. We'll tighten these down a little bit. tighten these down a little bit. The pass-throughs for these zip ties are kind of tight. It's too tight. I want a rat rod. It's the most fun I had with the printer last year, was messing with it, trying to get into to work right. But I live in a boat now. Wow. So this is basically the exact wrong place for that sort of thing. I've seen a guy who has a Jackery portable like battery pack, and he prints in all sorts of interesting spots, including on a, like, it wasn't a like a yacht, but it was a, I don't know, it wasn't a dinghy either, but it was on a boat, and he was printing with it, with printing on a printer with a Jackery. I don't know if it's like just a power inverter or if it stores the power. But he also went like camping and took his 3D printer. And when he like didn't have something for his stove, or the handle fell off, he was able to print another one. Interesting, unique places to kind of do 3D printing. I think I need some more slack over here. Why doesn't this one slide down? It's basically an LDO for at least part of the standard, but much of it was options from their configurator. Gotcha. Humidity is going to be up to like 150% right now. Yeah, that's not the best place to do 3D printing. Cruisers on your naughty list, same as Bamboo. Both are heading towards walled gardens and high entry fees. You can see that. With Prusa, I don't know how they can not do it though, because so much of their stuff gets pretty blatantly ripped off, and like people just sell their kits. So I would like for it to remain more open sourced, but I kind of have some understanding as to why they've kind of gone more of a walled off way. Bamboo, I definitely have some pretty major issues with how they've dealt with stuff. I'm gonna have to snip these. Crap. But if you've ever watched Steve Builds, a member of his community, Ella, kind of feels the same way you do about Prusa. The new license they came up with, Ella doesn't like. Problem is, all their tech is rooted in open source stuff, and they just suddenly decided to change the license. I mean, something like a Bamboo, you have to have a need for what Bamboo printers do. Yeah, they do a lot for you, almost too much for you. But if you're just getting into the hobby, I can kind of see why you might like their printers. If if you just need a tool and you're not into, you know, modding and doing a lot of the stuff that we probably do, then again, you probably have a little bit more reason to want one of their printers. I'm having to cut all these zip ties because I didn't really position the cable correctly. All right, I'm just gonna get this like in an okay spot and then we're gonna move on. I'm not gonna get it perfect. There's a bit of a twist in the cable that I might have to undo it and redo it. Shucks. I need to align this to the panel. Because we're doing inverted electronics. It has to go in a specific spot. Like right here. What is preventing you from sliding in? Oh, it's not far enough. This has to go right here. Unfortunately, using hammerhead nuts, which I kind of hate. Pill for me is tinkering. Half the reason I live in a boat, because boat life is mandatory tinkering. Yeah. Even your toilet has a motor in it. They're easy to get started with, but I've had trouble with their firmware updates, breaking the AMS, delete Voron version, you end up rolling it back to pre-October, so your equipment works again. Did you consider the, what's that like open source firmware initiative that that group started for bamboo printers? I'm not making that up, right? I know Nero covered it, and a couple other people covered it. I don't have any bamboo printers. They haven't offered to send me one, and I prefer building printers more so than just unboxing them, so I haven't had the urge to buy one. All right, hopefully I can just get this to a good working spot and we can move on to the toolhead board. This gland just really does not want to slide down. I don't know why it got to like this point and decided no further. It's just like specific spots where the cables roll over each other in a certain way that it just doesn't seem to like. Very oddly. All right, so this is meant to sort of drape up this way. I saw that on West 3D stream, but I haven't tried it. Gotcha. Yeah, they had something where Bamboo said you had to kind of decide you wanted to go to that firmware or stay on one of their older firmwares. If you progress past a certain point, they took away the essentially the kind of jailbreak that allowed you to put that firmware on. As a software engineer, I kind of understand why you wouldn't want to keep a, you know, it's essentially a exploit in your firmware working, but I think we're going to switch neutral and live, because live ends up being the longest. Technically, protected earth is the second longest. Neutral is the shortest. And I'm going to continuity test everything before we do the first power up. All right, so that's more of the cable path that I'm looking for here. I'm put in just one cable tie and we're gonna move on. And try to put in one cable tie. Because in all likelihood I'm gonna have to undo or redo something down the road. Okay, so I also, this is a mod by Steve Builds. He uses it on a 2.4 as a little bit of a fence to keep his Z umbilical from flopping around. And I kind of just stole the idea. So as this lowers, we want to make sure that it's not going to move into the path of the bed. So it's just literally like a little fence here to make sure that it stays between the back panel and doesn't move anywhere we don't want. Bam buddy, gotcha. Like I've honestly recommended, or had previously recommended, bamboo printers to a couple friends who I knew like were not gonna be into doing much customization. One guy does like CNC machining and just wanted to be able to do some custom fixtures and jigs without having to, not even for inside of the CNC machine, for kind of like holding bits and things like that. And he had been CNCing them, but every time he needed to kind of iterate and do another prototype, he was like, oh, this is costing actually kind of quite a bit in terms of material. So I was like, why don't you just 3D print it? But does that make sense for you guys? Can you see that like it'll kind of just swoop over? I kind of like the aesthetics of this more than, let's actually go to this view. Oh, I got a lazy Susan, by the way. That's a new addition to the setup. But it comes out here, swoops up this way, and as the bed lowers, it'll just get pulled down. So I've like, it's really hard to move the bed up and down, but I've tested it out and the routing works fairly well. Heart K, if you're familiar with him, he's got several like printers with Z umbilicals for the 2.4, and I just kind of like the way it looks. So I'll zip tie it down and get this sleeve kind of set the way I want a little bit later. So we got the shields. I'm gonna check things off. Got my E3D pen. C in stop mount. The bed rewire. Now we're the shield. Now we're gonna go to the tool head. So I already mentioned I cut this down to size. I think we're going to want to route it from this end. I can go to the top down. So this plugs in there. It's supposed to curve down and then come up through, which is a bit of a to-do. It's like so many wires and stuff. And then from there, we'll put the sleeving on, pass the gland through. Coming from underneath is a little finicky. I also crimped on spade connectors so that these can connect directly to the PSU. Oh, that slipped off. That's not great. I'll have to re-crimp this later. Okay, now we have to pull all of this through. Verbal shadow. Easy printing brings more people into the hobby. That's good, but it's also not my reason for being in the hobby. Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, I bought a pre-built computer, PC when I first got into PC gaming, but then eventually I wanted to build my own, try to save money, try to modify it, customize it, get matching parts, get pretty parts that don't look like, again, what I kind of call ketchup and mustard, colored cables everywhere. Can zoom out a little bit. So I believe this is how they have it. Kind of tucked into there, and then it comes up and out. And we're gonna put the sleeving on and then put the, what do you call it, on? I don't know why this little guy came off. Seems like it's gonna keep coming off. Okay, so I kind of cut this guy down to size as well. The plan is for this to run all the way down through here and into the cable bay, or the electronics bay. I think they have one size cable for this and they make it large enough for a 350. Actually, this is actually kind of sliding through relatively easy for now. They reform with a heat gun. Good to know. We'll do that after we kind of get them pass through a whole bunch of stuff. Or maybe it would be better to do it now. This is actually sliding through surprisingly easily, like nothing's getting caught. He says before something starts to get caught. I think I can still do the whole push-pull. I think this is the order I intended to do it. We'll see if it ends up being the not the best order, because I'm gonna have to pass those glands over the sleeving again But I feel like the glands I picked up, the strain relief ones, actually work a little bit easier for that. Yeah, I've never had one of the spade plastic things slip off like that before. It's new for me. Like the crimp is good. Trying to use this front camera a little bit more. I've heard it's more personable when you guys can see me. But our CAN wires are already through, just need to get the other stuff through. And then I gotta remember, I dry fit all of this stuff before, and I put one of the PG gland things on the wrong direction. I gotta remember to do it in the right direction. So, these are what I'm talking about. Two of the strain relief ones. I like them because they add strain relief. They've got some rubber gasket things, which technically you don't really need, I don't think, because I don't care about IP rating. Maybe it helps it seat better. But pulling that through, probably gonna have to do these spades one at a time. And they just barely fit through this little spirally thing. Last one. Do you guys watch any other streamers? Content creators? Modbot, Steve Builds, Mandic, Nero / Canuck. So this will go all the way down. Sleeve might make the glands easier. It could. Let me know if it seems like it's less of a hassle than you had. I gotta make sure I don't pull it out too far. Get it screwed in. If there's ever a camera angle I get stuck on or I forget to change it and you guys can't see, let me know. Then this needs to go on butt first. No, not that. This one. It's just big enough for these spade connectors to fit through. Somewhat luckily. I mean, I did dry fit it, but all right. And then if you kind of follow the spiral, once you get it started, they do slip on kind of easy. I think that this sleeving or this PG gland is a little thicker than the one that they give. I think their outer diameter of their stuff and inner diameter is smaller. Modbot and Steve were together earlier this week. Yeah, and then Steve was on Mandic's channel too. Steve's on a world tour. All right, so tighten this guy down. I think we're done up here. And provides a little bit of strain relief. I want to kind of pull it somewhat taut. And then we need to do the second PG gland, which will get mounted on the A motor the opposite way. So I need to go this way for it. This one's not so bad so far, unless I mess something up and I have to redo it. I'm gonna have to re-twist these CAN wires. I believe they're supposed to be twisted pairs. I don't know how many twists per inch or centimeter or whatever, but kind of like USB, I believe they're differential pairs with the high-low. This is sometimes challenging to get through, but and I'll pull it through quite a bit for now, and then finally this last one. That was way easier than the time I had. Yeah, I think just looking at, oh, maybe they're the same size. I don't know. But yeah, this is the one they provide. This is the one I'm using. They both say PG7 on them, but I don't know. Got lazy with the strain relief as I forgot to do it and getting the wires connected up top. So printed split version in TPU. Gotcha. These are I got these on AliExpress quite a while ago. Which way is correct? This way. In through the mouth, out through the butt, for lack of better terms. We kind of just get out of the way. Oops, I'm not showing. That's what I mean if I'm ever like off camera or blocking it or under chat. Let me know, especially if it's a part of the build you're interested in. I think some people like to come and chill, lurk, help me out a little bit when I'm doing stuff wrong, which I appreciate. And others kind of want to see everything. I do some stuff in admittedly weird ways. A lot of stuff I do not exactly the way the Voron manual says to do it. This I recall being a little bit of a pain in the butt. Any of you guys interested in tool changers? There's quite a bit of hubbub going on about IDEX right now with the nozzle gate. Why you know come out? Go through. I think too many of them are folded back. I'm going to get a piece of tape. The connector is just slightly too wide to pass. Got some gaffer's tape, which usually works. It holds really, really well. I could have tried the heat shrink tubing trick again, I suppose. This is essentially the same trick, but just with gaffer's tape. Actually not working quite as well as I had hoped. I didn't put any heat shrink tubing on this side, but it's not really raw wires, so, or bare wires, so I wasn't too worried about it. It's not working. Do we want to do heat shrink? I've got a lot of it. Let's try it. Because this is just going to come out in the electronics bay. Tool changers, thinking Mad Max. Okay. There's so many of them. I'm having a hard time keeping track. I know there's like Black Box, there's Stealth Changer. There's a lot coming out from manufacturers now. Solvol has one. I mean, I'm pretty sure every brand is going to have one in the next 6 months. Many very seemingly inspired by Index, if not possibly copies. Bontech has noted they do have some patents, so it'll be interesting to see how that works out. I can understand the nozzle stuff when you pay for something and there's, you know, a listed number of features, you want all that stuff that you paid for. Personally, hardened nozzles aren't really a big concern for me. I have so many printers. I can just throw a hardened nozzle on a specific printer if I need. Yeah, that made that way easier to slip solenoid through, I think. Yeah. So there is another part to this. I think IDEX is cool tech. I think the hard nozzle issue is a bit overblown. I was about more disappointed about the delays. Yeah, the global logistics kind of slowdown isn't nearly as big of a factor. My buddy is a buyer and buys stuff from China. A lot of semiconductor stuff, electronics, and he noted that with some of the tariffs, there are a lot of kind of these hurry-ups or these kind of moments where it can be really hard to get all the parts you need in one spot and get them shipped. Because frequently people are like, oh, we got to ship everything out now. This is not the right way. This middle piece is the opposite. Shucks. But hopefully it'll be just as easy because of the heat shrink tube. Actually kind of hard to get it off with the heat shrink tube. Need to make it a little bit smaller. I have to catch up on your guys' chat in a second. It's not coming off with the heat shrink on there. Every brand of nozzle stated as hardened is all different. Yeah. Part of the reason I don't understand like I haven't heard anybody articulate, oh, I expected this specific level of hardness and now I'm not getting it, and that's going to impact me in X, Y, and Z ways. I haven't really seen that, but again, you know, like, you pay for something, you want what's advertised. I expected to be done with this pretty quickly. Not exactly happening. Enjoying the banter though. Appreciate you guys being here with me. One of the reasons I really like streaming is being able to be somewhat social with something I used to consider somewhat of an anti-social activity. Building stuff and modding stuff and doing projects. I used to kind of just sit by myself and do them. Where did I put that part of the glance? Did it fall? The manufacturers just state how hard their nozzles are and maybe make life easier. It's, I mean, there's hardness levels for, like, who are the guys with the diamondback and stuff like that. They have specs for, like, the hardness of nozzles, don't they? Because that's their thing. But not very many other manufacturers are kind of going by that. Like, I don't know how hard a bamboo nozzle is compared to a Fadus hardened nozzle compared to a E3D Obsidian. I just know they say they're hard, and I mean, they're consumable. They're still consumables. A hardened nozzle is eventually going to probably need to still be replaced. It's just how frequently and okay. This should be the right way now. Can I get it over the heat shrink tube? I think we're mostly in agreement. Probably a bit overblown. Can understand people wanting to, like, I don't think I could ever imagine myself waiting that long to get one and then canceling my, or doing a return because of a hardened nozzle. It's just not something I would do, but to each his own. It's your money. Yeah, the delay is probably added to it though. Like, there was a bunch of delays and then you get it and it's not technically what people ask for, or I don't know. I'm not all that picky. It's funny, but diamondbacks aren't hardened in the usual sense. They're just treated under pressure with diamond. Yeah, they did a tech talk at, I think it was when it was still Earth. And had a really good slideshow about kind of how their nozzles are created and the standards that they use. I need to take. I used a little heat set insert to hold the screw on so I could keep the right length screw, because it was slightly one of the slightly oddball ones. Not the right driver. Okay. Funny, but Diamondback aren't. That's a cool idea. What's that? So we want this to be long enough, but not too long. They have this little guy, so they give you this little 2020 extrusion swing arm kind of mount. And then this is a printed part. The heat set, yeah, gotcha. When I disassemble stuff, I kind of try to keep them in sub-assembly sometimes, and when I can't, I'll do little tricks like that. I know some people will like stuff things into a cardboard box or stuff, you know what I mean? Like stuff all the screws into styrofoam. I've done that in the past too, but so I have a T-nut in there already. A lot of this stuff is actually in a specific document. They want us to put the light in. I'll wait on that. The light will go into the third most. This is all for the tool head that we've already done. This is where yellow cable, yellow swing arm. I'll probably reprint it. I printed this on my V0, that swing arm. And I printed it in 2 parts, and I don't like the shiny glue on it, so I'll probably reprint it. So yeah, they gave us this sleeving, and this sleeving is manageable. I hate the sound of it. When you can hear it sliding on something, it just, I don't know, it annoys me. So that was another kind of reason I decided to not go with that. They give some like specific links that they want stuff set up as, but I'm kind of just a little bit more winging it. So need to do that part. I will change the swing arm part for, if no other reason, just to. Please verbal shout out. Wait, it needs to go down and get lower so it doesn't run into the top. And then it's just a countersunk Phillips head screwdriver or screw. And I thought I was being smart by already putting zip ties on it that I was supposed to slip this through, but we're not undoing that. So we're just going to sacrifice some zip ties. I will, that will be one of our first prints, is a blue swing arm. I wouldn't mind some guidance from you guys in terms of like exactly how long I need to make this. I hope eventually it kind of forms some memory and gets a nice curvature to it. It looks kind of nice. We'll again do 1 zip tie. Start. Relatively loosely. So we need it to be able to come to this back corner, which is kind of like a trouble spot, but also be able to get like all the way out here and here, not run into the top kind of panel. So I think this is a little long, right? Is my thinking. What do you guys think? Let me slide everything over so it's a little bit more in view. like this corner. And then does the Bowden tube need to go through here too, or does that come in separate? Done that. We haven't passed it down there yet. We'll do that later. That later. And it needs to go in there. And then it's Nevermore. So we've got our Bowden tube. I didn't print the Bowden tube holder spot back there. Isn't there a piece like on top that holds the Bowden tube? I think it was in the can. That needs to come up and join with this guy. Kind of go out the same way. It'll go out the back here. Verbal Shadow, do you plan on using this filament runout sensor? I have it on here for now. It's essentially the V0 filament runout sensor. It's like the little ball bearing, a radial bearing. Did they say how far down to, or how far away from the tool head to attach? They don't really say. It just says fix it with tool head. I don't know. Any guidance from you guys on how long to make this segment and make sure that it's going to be able to kind of clear everything? This corner is what worries me, because like, look, it wants to go outside of the printer. Is this causing issues, this strain relief? You need to lower the bed. Yeah, I'm building it to spec. I think the runout built in the tool head makes more sense. True. I have orbiter filament runout sensors. The PCBs made by LDO on all of my V0s. And it's on the back of the printer, not the most convenient spot. But they also have a little button that you press in order to unload filament. Like this, it's just gonna need somewhere to go. Up a little bit. I guess this is the most lengthened it's gonna get. No, we'll have plenty of zip ties. And then back here, it's kind of it's gonna come out of the top a little bit. That's a little awkward. We're gonna do a best stab and then I can make adjustments later. Like, it's kind of hard to predict what's gonna be best. What's the minimum length you need to get that far back corner to the front and sides? Yeah, like I can shorten it quite a bit. But I kind of want this to be mostly straight up and down. I kind of want both of these to be mostly straight up and down at the furthest point. Over to here. I would push it down a little bit. Back here. Yeah, that gets a little jumbled. Like if both of these panels were here, would we be okay? Sorry about the lower bed. Thinking Voron 2.4. Gotcha. I'll deal with like a little bit of these bending over in kind of each position. And then we'll just kind of pull it taut for now. And then I'll redo the zip ties later if I need to. Okay, so that is the, where's my note card? Hand sleeving done. I need to actually run the wire though. So this will, oh, I need to fix this. You said hit it with some heat to repinch it. Oh, don't burn it though, Brian. Let me grab the crimpers. I'll heat it up and repinch. Swing arm seems like a good idea. I've also seen retractable batch connect. Yeah, what do they call them? Keybacks? That's used on the switch wire, and then a lot of people have started to use them to hold the cable up. This is not the correct crimper. We need to heat and good shout on the heating it up. Any of you guys watch F1 by chance? Going through withdrawals during the summer break like I am? What are you stuck on? Stop, please. So I made this long enough such that it'll run mostly, hey Phil, down under Maker. If you guys do like watching streamers with 3D printing content, definitely check out his channel. I lurk and pop up in chat occasionally. I'm often planning out or working on my own builds while watching his stream. And I'm gonna tighten this guy down now, so it'll kind of lock the length in place. It should squeeze it down pretty tight. Come under here. It's not gonna be too thick of a wire. Get under it now. When and what is the next stream going to be about, Phil? Still more 2.4 rebuild stuff? Small tridents are fiddly to cable. A 350 is way easier, I can imagine. I think Verbal Shadow is building a 350. Let's switch back to him. See if I can get a good view of the electronics bay. So we're routing this cable. And we need to get these two around to the 24 volt. Negative over here. We're not plugged in, are we? No, we can't be because we've been twisting around. Phil, I got a Lazy Susan. Not sure if you noticed. Copied Steve. It's actually, I have foam core, like 3/4 inch thick foam core that it's sitting on instead of wood, because I wasn't sure how big I wanted to make it to be able to actually fit on my desk and still be able to turn and hold this and maybe a slightly larger printer. But I'm kind of liking this size, so I might get it going later. But yeah, just got to remember not to do that when it's plugged in or tethered to something. And then this guy has to come. I need to retwist these wires a little bit. Gonna take the power drill to the Prusa live on stream. What did you say? More 2.4 and a little work on the Prusa ahead of collab with Steve next week. Okay. Is the collab with Steve finishing the IDEX on the Core 1? I know you guys kind of got out of sync a little bit, maybe. What am I misremembering that? I just kind of recall you guys saying that you were gonna like take a little bit of time off, get some stuff together, and then I have a Wide Boy IKEA Alex drawers on wheels. Oh, nice. You just use that as kind of a Lazy Susan. But we need to get this guy around here. Might have a little bit of a hard time getting all these wires stuffed into these cable management. Pop this guy off. I've got these two little cable management tracks going across. I don't know if I'm going to keep them. It's kind of hard to find a way to secure them down. Get them into this next tray. And then over to where it needs to plug in. So yeah, the cable they give you, maybe it's the perfect size for a 350, but you're going to have to route this whole thing get it all the way down to here, figure out how long you need it. You need to pull some of the sleeving off so that the CAN cable comes over to here, and then cut these shorter, the power cable, so that the 24 volts goes straight to the PSU. And the orientation of your electronics will, I guess, matter for that. Index is finished. This is a post-mortem stream that what went well and what didn't, for you to explain the stuff that went wrong for you on stream. Okay, we need to see how to repin this CAN cable. It's this black JST, and it is yellow on the right. I plug that guy in there. We need more light. Aziz, light. Yellow on the right. Fat JST. Green on the left. I kind of want to design a low profile JST connector that will be easy to slip through sleeving in other recesses, but still kind of like holds on to the crimps that I can then take off after sleeving or passing through. That crimp didn't go in all the way. Did you retwist that CAN cable? A little bit. It's not perfect. Is over twisting a differential pair cable an issue? I know there's a spec of like how many twists per distance unit, but I don't know what it is. They are twisted inside of the sleeving. It was actually a little bit less than I expected. Where are my tweezers? Tuck test. More twists, more better. R squared, good night. Thanks for hopping in. I added you to your subscription list so I can find you again. Thanks for popping in. Definitely glad that you were able to find us through recommended. And thanks for the banter and talking about your builds and interests and keeping me sane while I build. I'm having a little bit of a hard time keeping it twisted down near this edge. Been doing some PCB design and connecting multiple USB devices with the USB hub, and you have to run a lot of differential paired wires or traces rather, and that's a challenge sometimes. You have to kind of consider the orientation of the components, because you could run it all the way over to the other component, and then when you get there, if the pins are next to each other and they're on the wrong side, you have to do a bunch of funkiness to get them to connect correctly. I hope to do some videos on some of the PCB design stuff I've been doing. Codex has actually been pretty helpful. I don't let it do all the work, but I kind of ask it for help on certain things. Mainly stuff that I would have issues with in the past when I've done PCB design. So cables mostly managed. We got CAN done, wired to the board. Don't stress the twists. I have used the new soldering equipment yet. I also have this guy to clean this bed off later anyway, but it's a little tray, Gridfinity tray. I need to put the magnets and the screws in, but I designed it to hold some stuff. Phil gave me something that I'm gonna use on my setup behind me at my workbench, but in terms of being able to like transport a bunch of stuff to my setup, I just did this. It holds a bunch of stuff, solder pastes, these Q-tips and stuff like that, and it's got two handles that screw onto the side. So yeah, I've been able to kind of move back and forth between, or move it to storage and out when I need it. But yeah, I've soldered some PCBs and I did record it, so well, that delaminated. Even more reason to reprint this. That elbow style, one wrong tug and it will pull out. This guy, this is the, which camera view? This one. This is unfortunately the USB, I'm sorry, the HDMI. Micro. I do have some adapters, but I don't think I have the right. The correct ones. I don't have a micro to micro. I have just about everything else. Like I have this guy that goes to full size. Yeah, I think all of my adapters are like full size to full size. So I could replace the cable, break the micro out into a full size, and then just run a full size. And these adapters I have in both orientations, so I have one that will point it up and one that will point it the other way. It needs better support if you don't want to risk pulling the socket off the board accidentally. Yeah. I was a little disappointed to see it's oriented that direction. It seems kind of like a design flaw. But maybe it's because I am doing inverted electronics. Would it be a problem? Would it be as much of a problem without inverted electronics? No. The HDMI 2 or the HDMI 5 V1.2 BTT HDMI 5 V2 picture. It has USB-C and full-size HDMI. It'll be the same either way, yeah, but yeah, here it is. Open image, new tab, desktop. Why don't you go to the picture I asked you to open? We've got full-size HDMI and USB-C. I don't see any other connectivity, so you would think it would be a right angle adapter over here, but I could replace the cable, I guess, is the main thing. However, I chose to adapt it. What is next on the list? The arm is mounted. Bowden tube, mount and run. We're not really gonna move any filament, but it's on there. Spool holder, I'm gonna leave it off just because I'm gonna end up getting tugged by it. Light, an SD card, and power. It's a poor choice for this kit. There's no string relief on that socket. Yeah, I think they've got it. I mean, what other? It will be the same issue in a 2.4, right? When would that be like an ideal setup? Yeah, you want to insert the SD card. I already flashed it and added my Wi-Fi credentials. So this is the SD card they provided. I flashed the I guess we can talk about that a little bit. They've got pretty good instructions. Somewhere. Here. So I downloaded the latest firmware version. I think I downloaded the .xy and not the .img, or I didn't what do you call it? Expand it. I didn't extract it. I kept it and flashed it .xz directly. I think when you do get the image out, it can mess up the boot partition. And if you go back to the instructions, I use Balena Etcher, not Raspberry Pi Imager. I did not unpack the .img file. When I did that the last time, it didn't correctly put the boot partition on there. We flashed it. I changed the host name to something else. Did America, New York Wi-Fi stuff. And now we need to plug this into the board. Unfortunately, it's very hard to see. So I actually undid the board a little bit just so I have a little bit of room to tilt it up and see where that guy is and try to get it in there with my big giant hands. If I can't, I will maybe grab a set of tweezers. Yeah, it's a CBX, but last I checked, a CM4 is like $50 from DigiKey. And what was the other thing? Just from like some of the Raspberry Pi stores and Amazon, they were like $69 to $100. We need to do some continuity tests just to make sure we haven't crisscrossed any, particularly our mains voltage wires. We are still unplugged. Good there. Nothing else. Good there. Nothing else. Good there. There. If I touch the bed, we are grounded. If I touch the part of the frame I scratched, not sure I'm going to be able to find it without looking at it. We're good. 24 volts and negative. Not shorted. Uh, 24 volts. We got negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, positive. Let's do the same So our 3 prongs. I had a lot of problems with Raspberry Pi Imager when I was trying to flash my first Zero. Now they've done several changes since then. Oh, we were switched. So if I turn the switch on, we're good there. Neutral, not shorted. Grounds, not shorted. I think we're good to do our first power on. What's the best view for you guys? Probably action cam. Get this light out of the way. Anything else I need to check that you guys can think of before powering on? I need to get my power cable up here. No shorts between live, neutral, or grounds. Dang, missed it quite a bit. Glad I didn't miss the first power on. Welcome, Sherpa. See ya, Phil. If you can pop back in, let me know. Caligula burning tool. I hadn't heard of that. I've been using Balena Etcher since, you know, I was making Raspberry Pi arcades and stuff like that like a decade ago. But I'll check out Caligula. And if this doesn't work, I guess we'll be reflashing it with something. So, Wi-Fi module is hooked up. So we should be able to connect. What am I missing? We checked 24 volts and ground. I'll do a final tug test on everything. We checked that the frame is grounded and the bed is grounded. Motor power polarity, if you're using separate motor power. The motor power is bridged right here. So from our 24 volt power on the action cam. Can you see it from here? They just have this little bridge from main power to the board over to motor power. I don't know where we're gonna end up sticking it because I don't know what I'm doing with cable management, but I'll just put it in the frame for now. But yeah, I think we're gonna let the antenna touch the board. Let's go back to that guy. Point the LCD at you, or the HDMI screen, and switches off. Drum roll. Nomi turns on. CANBus board comes on. Is the display turning? Display is on, but you guys can't see it. Oh, it seems to be booting. Running through that first, you know, SD card expansion and all that kind of stuff. Hey! I've got a thermometer somewhere to make sure the bed isn't defaulting to on. Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. Bed's 25. Not heating. Tiny solder point can end the CBX if it touches something spicier than 1 volt. Gotcha. Let me grab my phone and bring up my router. You guys might be able to see the clipper screen is up, but probably not working because the config isn't set up right. So we're gonna have to flash catapult and clipper to the MCU. You need to use the orientation button on the screen. Not familiar with this screen, so I don't know which button is which. Oh, there we go. I don't know if the touchscreen is working. Gotta be careful with this wire. Does it show it on the main screen? Shows our error. Do I need to peel? Oh, that was a good peel. Touch is not working. I can't go to settings. The touchscreen is not functioning. It doesn't get power without USB, so. Maybe something in the config. Did you see how it turned off when I unplugged the USB? I can find it in my router. Yeah, there's one more device than usual. Sort by IP. What's it called? Victory Tech CV1. One, 2, 168 points. Uh, 97. Yeah. We are successful. So obviously it's got some bad config set up in here. That's just like default for the image. But let's go to Esoterical's guide. We can also SSH into it. Let's do... No, down, down, down. No, up. Right, right. Oh, gosh. Do I have Power Toys running? Why aren't you docking? SSH. I think it's BQ at 192.68.86.97. Yes, trust. Password default. And we're in. We tried Helix screen yet? Helix is good, but still very beta. I did a stream about it and they fixed stuff. I did a revisit, but still lacking a bunch of stuff. Was it Taylor, Canuck creator, who did a printer with Helix recently? Let's see what we've got. LS. Iowa. No. SH. No. What am I typing in wrong? Is it getting that late? There we go. Oh, syntax error. Oh, is I just being really, really silly? Had Helix and the Delta Flyers are a really good match. Helix and the big Voron with lots going on, not there yet. Dependency installing. Let me turn off the little desktop while I have the big desktop on. Let's update Clipper. I won't do everything I need. I usually install like Clipper backup and shell command and a bunch of other stuff like that, but we won't do everything we want to do yet. Just the stuff to kind of get going. It's like Clipper screen. I'm gonna have to figure out a camera solution for this. There's no camera included in the kit. I guess not really any kit I've built has included one. Kiowa. How do you guys say it? The system update's going to take a while, but I think we need to do it anyway in order to do the first steps of the esoterical guide. Skip crow's nest, adding a camera to CVX box on the system. They went pretty quick. This is going to take the longest. Kio. While that's going, I'm not super happy with this area of the cable management. I think I'm gonna probably end up redoing it a little bit. Ow, like somebody punched you. What was all that red? Something did not get installed correctly. Let's go back to update. All right, driving. Catch you later. I hope this isn't one of those, what was it, like bookworm, bullseye incompatibility things that I had with the BTT Pi. I had a hard time getting some updates and libraries to run. But I did think they eventually updated the image. Driving BBIAF. Be back in a few. Calculating upgrade. Yeah, I got an error when trying to run the update. We will have to do it in here anyway. So they actually do recommend doing. I have so many pieces of documentation open. So what's the little blurb? CANBus setup. Read the CANBus basics. That is the first page of Esoterical's guide. Now set up the CANBus network, which I think is going to be getting started. Yeah, so we already have that open. Let's do that. Quit. cd ... uname -a. On 7.0.2 and Arch 64. I don't have any existing Clipper stuff, so we need to do all this stuff where we enable. I've done this on my V0s. Start the service. Grep to make sure it's running. Where's the dot service network configuration loaded? Is that what we need to see? Loaded active. Loaded active, yes. Disable it. Oh, this is that weird thing that causes like timeouts or something. And configure the length stuff. I've read about this, so I read through this already, so that's why I kind of trust just running them. Check the CAN rules. 128. What we should see. Enable the CAN 0 interface. Check to make sure it's doing the thing. I wonder if this can be turned into a script. And we need to reboot. That be disconnected. We'll be able to see when it turns back on. I'm happy the Nomi's getting power. I need to configure it eventually, but not a priority. Let's try to refresh in here. Still not quite booted. Or has the IP changed randomly? Screen, okay. Should be. Same IP address. Back to Esoterical. Our termination resistor should be good. We've got one on the board you guys can't see. And then the one on the tool head should be hooked up. Hopefully our cable is good. Next steps. We have a dedicated USB CAN adapter. No, we have this board and that board. Which one is which? Main board is the CAN interface. Yeah, so we're gonna have to run sudo apt update. Hopefully I don't have the same issue Kiao was having. Grade, and then what's this Python serial dependency? Guess it's something we need for CAN communication. Still says 164. Upgrade. I don't know why it had trouble when it was trying to update through Kiao. This might take a little bit. I'm gonna grab some water while we wait. Building printers makes me hungry. I ate, now I'm hungry again. Verbal Shadow, have you done any of this CAN stuff before? Is this gonna be pretty new to you? It was daunting the first time I did it. The second time I did it, it made a little bit more sense, and now I kind of trust that I can just follow the esoterical guide. The hardest part is just making sure you have all the right like firmware settings and stuff for your particular boards. Setting flags only supported for regular files and directories. What can I do while I wait? Throw away some trash. Where did I put my little trash can? It's under me. Put some tools back. CAN is all new to me. Just gonna go follow the SO guide. Yeah. And hopefully you have the exact same combo of board and stuff, so it should be pretty one-to-one with this. 29%. Let's get our multimeter out of the way. You guys don't really need to see that. Yeah, touch is not working for me at the moment. So I have built V0s before this, and when I first started seeing CAN, it seemed like the reason a lot of people were doing it was because they were having cable breaks inside of their cable chains in the XYZ cable or the XY cable chains, and then someone was like, oh, if you just use CAN, you only have, 24 volts, grounds, and 2 data wires, so much less to go wrong. So I was like, yeah, that makes sense, especially in a really big printer, but I didn't see the point in putting it on a V0. But then I built the FISEC V0, which has 24 volt USB, and it was so easy. I didn't have constant disconnects because of thermistor, you know, intermittent thermistor kind of issues, and I was like, oh, this is kind of nice. So I ended up putting it on my other two V0s with the EBB 3.6 boards, and yeah, I've enjoyed it. Even though, you know, you're not gonna have to worry about cable breaks or anything like that. It's just nice to have like a nice new tool head board, and yeah. 61%. Let's keep cleaning up. Put some of our extraneous parts that we don't need away. We got a bunch of cables that we cut. Can I show off anything else to you guys? Do you like CAN over USB? In my head, yes. I haven't had any problems with the one USB-based printer I've had, but you know, technically USB is supposed to be 5 volts. I don't know, there's something about doing CAN, you know, implemented the 2 spec that I like in my head, but I haven't had any problems with the one USB printer in relative comparison to the CANBus one, so. Can't say either is better so far. 99%. This is something I wish I could do off stream, but hopefully the next parts are pretty fast and straightforward. I'm gonna mute while I drink more. This 1% is taking longer than the first 99%. See what's our battery like on our adapter, about half. Are most boards CAN or CAN FD? I'm not sure what the difference is. Flexible data rate. Good question. I'm not sure. Did that work? I think that update worked. If you go back to web interface, machine, fresh. FD has higher data, I guess, because it's flexible data rate. But anyways, let's keep following along. Serial 3. And we need to install Catapult. Install Catapult. Load Catapult. A little weirdly bunched. Did I melt those? I think I'm. Oh, my monitor's just turned off. I hope my PC is still going. And the stream is still going. This has happened twice now. Where my monitors just freak out. And I don't know why. CAN is technically superior in almost every aspect. For our use case, CAN-FD has a royalty payment needed. Unlikely to see it in Clipper. Okay. Any hiccups in the stream? I see 0 drop frames, but all my monitors just turned off and on again. And then now my monitor source, or my desktop source is not working. So I need to, oh, no, it is working. Already up to date, so we've got Catapult installed. I guess that's a nice thing about this Clipper image, is that it already has like almost everything we need. CD into Catapult. Make menu config. And then this is our Manta settings. We are flashing Catapult. We are not on the smoothie board. STM32 F H723. '28 bootloader, clock reference 25. USB on PA1112. 128-bit offset. GPIO pins off. Port bootloader entry. Enable status LED. Set status LED pin PC3. Your monitors do a lot more. Your monitors did that a lot more than twice. Did they just turn on and off like 15 times for you guys? I don't know if it's like my NVIDIA driver kind of crapping out and coming back. Luckily, I didn't have to like restart the stream or anything. But let's just go through everything again. H723, SKRBE, 128, 25 megahertz. PA1112, 128. I don't know what this build optimized size override is. That's not in the screenshot, but I'm going to leave it as default. Probably something new in Clipper. Star there, and PC3. Looks like we're good. Save configuration. Don't forget the pin assignments are different. Yes, the config I heard works out of the box that FORMBOT gives us. We'll see if that's true. Make clean and make. Probably a little slow on the CB1. Oh, in all the streams I've watched, it happened more than twice. Oh, gotcha, yeah. See, I can remember 2 times specifically, but yeah, I don't know. It just seems like a certain amount of time into the stream, something craps out. That's done. Flash your main board, put the Pi and USB main board into bootloader mode, DFU bootloader mode. I believe that's just hitting reset in boot 0, or boot 0 then reset, and then I printed out these spudgers. I have spudgers, but I just wanted some at my kind of 3D printing setup so that I can reach these and not risk shorting anything out. But let's see. Let's try this guy. I'm not sure if you guys can see that. We've got boot 0 and reset and boot 0. And then if we switch back to desktop and run LSUSB, we have STM32 in DFU mode. And we need to flash it with DFU util. I do have the stream running just to see if I'm like chunking. Maybe I'll pause that. Successful. It doesn't have that red error anymore. I don't know if they fixed that in Clipper. And then we need to... Does it automatically release it from USB mode or DFU mode? Yes, it does. Catapult is now installed. We should see our serial by US or by ID. And it says Catapult. This is all stuff if that didn't go right. Installing USB CAN bridge mode, which I think they list as the next step. Why so many docks? Yeah, now flash main board, USB CAN mode. CD clipper. Make menu config. Hop back over here to get our clipper details. STM32 F103. That's like a blue pill, right? Don't want that. 723. Bootloader offset. Oh, I need to enable extra low level features. Like, why don't I see many things? Clock 25 megahertz. I think a lot of stuff that has USB functionality needs to be at 25, doesn't it? or is often. PA11. I don't see some of this stuff. Did I do something wrong? I'm not seeing some of the stuff he's showing. Enable STM32 H723. The bootloader offset. I don't have that option. Clock reference, communication interface. Oh, USB CAN bridge on that. Does that open up some other things? Yes. PD0, PD1. CANBus speed. I think that's right. I think it's because I didn't have this set to USB to CANBus bridge, and I wasn't seeing some of the other stuff. But still, there's one thing I don't have, the bootloader offset. I don't have the SKR SE BX V2.0. That's, I think, the only thing that doesn't match. So I was just gonna choose 120 kilobyte. You guys see anything else wrong? I'm gonna quit, save. Make clean, make. And then in previous iterations, when I've seen people do this, they've had to like flash over USB, but now you can flash over Catapult. Is that right? I just feel like I remember this being much more complicated in the past, when I watched somebody do an older iteration of this. I would run that from the top again. What, just to make menu config? I think it was right. For this to finish. I think you're going to wipe out Catapult. Using Catapult to flash Clipper is what we're doing. So we are quit. We are in the Clipper folder. Get in the Clipper, make menu config. STM32, H2, H723. I have no bootloader or 128 kilobyte bootloader. 25 USB to CANBus on PD0, PD1. All looks right. I'm gonna follow the instructions. If it's wrong, I guess we will find out. Stopping Clipper. Run this command to install Clipper firmware via Catapult via USB. Use the device ID you just received in the above command. If anything, you will know what not to do if I'm wrong. But why did you do that? I didn't copy this apparently. Copy. So you're saying that might have wiped out our clipper or our catapult? LS USB. We see our CAN adapter. Does this look right? 128 Q-Lane bit rate. 1 million. Stop. If this command returns error, do some other stuff. You can now run the Clipper CANBus query to retrieve CANBus QID for your main board. Is Clipper bootloader the same as Catapult? In their example, I guess I'm not sure. We need this UUID. Copy that. Restart Clipper. Sudo service Clipper or start. We need to flash the toolhead board. This should all be updated. We need to install catapults. CD into catapult. CD ... catapult. Make menu config. Switch it to catapult settings for this guy. Nope. RP 2040. Flash chip with W25Q080 16 CANBus 4.5. I thought they were different, but maybe not. This is pretty much the same procedure I did for the EBB, but obviously with the different chip, so I'm just kind of following that. I guess that means I don't have a full, like, super big understanding of this, but, and this is now GPIO 26. Enable, don't enable, support 1,000,045. Think that's good. Probably make, clean, and make. Are we in catapult? So for this one, we need to connect via USB. You can't do it over CAN because it doesn't have CAN on it yet. You need to find a suitable USB cable. What do we need? USB A to C. Grab that. Oh, there should be one here. A to C. Oh, overhead. It could be that I wiped out something and won't be able to reflash in the future without going through a bunch of those steps again. Oh no, it's exposed right here. That's nice. So we have enough space. So maybe this is what I was thinking, where you have to flash something via USB. Is this going to be long enough to make it there? Try LS USB. We see it now. I do need to open it up to put it into bootloader mode. Is this door not opening? Open sesame. My power cable just knocked one of my bins off. Oh, this screw is just actually this long. Seriously, why can't I get cheese? Okay. We need to press 2 buttons. By default, the MCU boards come with Marlin and STM's own bootloader. I do recall you saying that. Boot and reset are there. Let me grab my spudgers again. Camera that can actually catch this a little bit better. Maybe this one. probably this one is the best. You're the best. On my SB build, I tucked the heater wire behind the tool board to make an opening and closing easier. Gotcha. I'll have to play with that. We need, which one is boot? The right, the left. Boot, then reset, then boot. And if you run LSUSB again. Oh, I disconnected somehow. Did I maybe unplug it when I turned it? Command history went away. Raspberry Pi RP2 in boot mode. RP20. Oh, that's nice. They have you do it with just CD catapult. The make flash can connect to it. I used to do the thing where you would mount it as a as like a USB drive, copy it over and then unmount it, but this is preferable. Password. Resetting device. I don't see it though. Oh, it's not gonna show up as USB anymore after putting catapult on. So I think we can take out this USB. Is bootloader and catapult the same thing? Clipper's bootloader and the catapult the same thing? Because I've heard people say a direct Clipper install was different than a catapult first install. Catapult is not installed. Next steps. Sudo shut down now. It is shutting down. Power off. Printer. I am rebooting. Some more water. I forgot to unmute myself. But yeah, we're just flashing clipper now. Q, Y, make clean. Make. We will need to next stop clipper. And use that UUID. Oh, they have the step there to redo it, so I didn't really need to take too much note of it. Let's see, it is 12:25 a.m. We can get the config loaded up and things work, and I can maybe do some of the first time post build steps. I will be very happy. Stop clipper. We'll be able to copy and paste the UID. You have double the same screen, big, small. Oh, thank you. We need this UUID. This command. Paste it in there. And flash it. It's cool, we can put it directly into bootloader mode. Run that again, and now we should see 2 Clipper UUIDs. Yep. Let's see. And it is the same. Catapult is the bootloader. Clipper is a firmware. So Catapult just allows you to flash. It's a sick micromaker, so can't reply fast. Gotcha. Retrieve the restart Clipper. Okay. If we go back to here, code, config, printer.cfg, copy raw, open sesame, select all, delete, paste, sure there is a empty line, save and restart. Duplicate CANBus UUID. You didn't change me yet. I didn't change you yet. MCU. Which one is which? The one that started with 7 is the tool head board. The end in 8, yes. And the one that starts with 6 is the MCU. Save and restart. The offset must be specified. Nope. Hope if I could spell. Why am I having to do all this small stuff? I would think that this config would just work. Oh, is it because those are printer specific things? I need 2 instances of this open so I can see what the errors are and find them. Home XY position. Do they have like instructions at the top? They have comments in line noting things that you might need to change. Uncomment below for 250. That's kind of nice. Let's see how many things they have. Be sure to update below for your relevant driver 2209. What do I need to update? One comment for 250. $2209. I don't think I changed the thing that they errored about. Yeah, but uncomment for 250 build. Comment for 250 build. You can hit Control and question mark, and that will comment and uncomment, which is kind of nice shortcut to know. Uncomment for 250 build. Oh, there's more down there. Uncomment for your size printer. 250 build. Let's Control F for 250 build. Previous. Oh, millimeter build. 250 millimeter. Uncomment below, uncomment below. Uncomment below. Comment below. Build. 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 Did we wrap around? I didn't notice. I think we're good. Yeah, field beta test, a lot of big tree text stuff. Excel chip. Resonance tester. Must be specified. Why would that be necessary and not available? Is that a known issue? Where's the issues tab? I just need to look up that error, I think. I don't think we have one. See if that. Why is rotation distance not set? Upper Z. Oh, bless it. Why aren't we getting a little preview over here? Like docking stuff is not doing what I want at all. Oh, there it is. What's the error? Rotation distance. Not set. Why was that commented out? Oh, we have to do it for all three steppers. Z steppers. What are these TR8X? Can they get a real tilting window manager? How do we know what lead screw value we need to have? Like, they had 8 in there by default, so I would assume it would be that. Why does this keep on D1? D2. Max temp must be. Why aren't these things specified? I guess it depends on your hot end. But you can put 250 in. Is it on the motor papers? Ugh. We got degrees. Lead screw diameter is 8 millimeters. 4 millimeter lead. But isn't there a pretty safe value that could be put in? Where's the extruder? And I would also think that they would just do whatever the default is for their printer. Like the hotend that they include by default. I don't know. Unknown config object ADXL. I'm just going to turn off that resonance part. But that last time I saved and restarted, the fan kicked on, so. Thermocouple defaults. I need to change this to what I have. I have a Revo. So our extruder section. And we have the Revo high flow. And I think we need, not the heater pin, but the sensor pin. We are not using the PT1000. We are using a regular thermistor. So what pin is that? I think it's this one down here. We're gonna have to check the pinouts. Where is the pinout? PPIO 27. On the EBB can. It's the PT100. Oh, but I have a Revo, so I think by default they want you to use the whichever one goes in that 3-pin port. SPI soft SLK pin. Oh, yeah, you could do something like if you have 3 default hot ends, then just have an uncomment section for those 3. I can see that making sense. Find extruder. SPI software. We just don't need that. I wonder if how many of these other oddball things are going to be the same. Yep, those 2. All those have to do with the special ADC chip, I guess. Show me potato salad. Nope, something still shut down. ADC at a range. Heater bed. Is my thermistor in the wrong port? It is in the lowermost. This is a V1 board that they're showing in this, but their kits come with the V2 now. Let's look at. Well, we have the Manta. Hardware. PhD bed. So I have it in there. Shut down. Did I set a pull-up resistor? For what? I have only modified like the things in the config that I had to kind of uncomment. But let's see, desktop, AtomX. The thermistor for the heater bed. I did not put a set a pull-up. Usually needs 4700 memory. Like, since this comes directly from them, I would think that anything like that would be set. They don't have a pull-up in their example. I'm gonna run a continuity test real quick. But they also have a 1.0 board. I can see a pin in our microfit came out, or it's not seated correctly, maybe. So I spliced the thermistor wire because they wanted it to run all the way down into the board, but none of the other wires do that, so it didn't make any sense to me. That crimp is just awful. Does this need the long crimper or the short? Short. I've got these de-crimping tools. I've had that up there for a long time. So I added these microfit as a quick and dirty way to be able to hold the whole bed if I wanted to. I think we're just gonna have to recrimp that. I don't know, maybe it just wasn't in all the way. Oh, I heard a snap that time. When I plug it in, does it come out? No? Do we now have continuity? Yes. And yes. Short. I don't know if that was it. Bad habit messing with wires while powered on. I've semi-ruined some boards. Kind of doing that kind of stuff. I was helping my friend with the printer and I was like telling him, yeah, we can just cut that and then add a different connector, and he used metal scissors and just cut it while the power was on and shorted a bunch of stuff. We got a message on the screen this time. Missing configuration. Virtual SD card, pause, resume, and a bunch of our macros are not defined in the config. That's new. I don't remember seeing this stuff pop up before, but that did get displayed on our Clipper screen. When it first booted. Touch is still not working for me, but we're getting power and it's displaying stuff. I wonder if I possibly messed up the screen. They've had build notes for almost every other kind of wonky thing with their kit. But it could be that. Something somewhere, the config page said something about there's so many damn still need to adjust a few things. What did it say we had missing? Virtual SD card. Is that in this config? I grabbed the wrong. Now, why are these weird random things missing from their config? Screen conf has nothing in it. Now showing all of our stuff up to date. Time lapse. I don't know if I need this anymore. I guess I'll include my include macros.cfg. Why would their config not have this necessary stuff? Oh, because we don't have mainsail included. That's a... unusual one. Okay, at least they gave us a hint in Clipper. Oh, sorry. It had all those warnings up there. So it didn't have an include for mainsail. And so when it started up, it told us that we were missing a bunch of stuff that is in the default mainsail. But as soon as I added that include, it went away. We can go through the Voron first post-build checks, which they actually link to in their build notes. I need to close some of these now that I don't really need them. Oh, look at these heavy bezeled. Tap, tap, taparoo. Verify these are present and not increasing. They are both at around 26 degrees. 27-ish. Extruder to 50. Our extruder fan turned on. When you use Kiwa, you chose not to install. Oh, sorry. I think I already read that. And we are heating up. It overshot, but we'll do a PID eventually. Cool down. Let's do it with the bed. It is heating up. I need to get it set up so I can show a small version of the that's heated up to 50. It's a little under chat, but cool down. Verify fans, verify hotend fan. Part cooling fan. Whoop, those turned on and they are. It is buzzing. Not sure if you guys can hear that. Can you hear that if I talk a little bit? Case light we don't have in yet. Exhaust fan and Nevermore we don't have in. Stepper buzzes. Okay, let's. They didn't have a step check-in stops yet. Do that real quick. I don't get why that isn't on this main screen. Why you have to go out here. And stop X is triggered. Should not be. Fresh while I'm pressing it. Still says triggered. Not sure why the X and stop would always say triggered. Turn on the small desktop. Let's try Y. It's open. Triggered. Open. Z. Triggered. Our probe and our Z and stop are the same. Tap is working. I don't know why the X and stop is. Why are you so triggered? Do I have it plugged in the right port? Did I mess up a wire? But it's not switching. All right, let's do stepper buzzes. It's on the toolhead board. It should be on the toolhead board. Maybe they messed that up in the config. Yeah, EBB can 24 didn't specify the X and stop pin to be in your toolhead in the config. This is the config from FORMBOT, so they already have it set up. Let me confirm that that is the correct EBB pin. Which tab are you in? In stop is. Do I have it on the wrong port? I might have it on the wrong port. This filament runout sensor really gets in the way. We have it right next to the probe, and it needs to be under it. Nobody caught that when I was doing the build. I entrust my builds with you guys. Open. You guys got to keep me in line when I'm doing stuff silly. Triggered. All of our end stops are working. That was probably going to be a next step, but we do stepper buzzes now. Zoom out. And this should be the back left. I wasn't here, can't blame me. I need somebody to blame besides me for my own mistakes. So that should be the B motor. Can you guys see that? First move was clockwise. Yep. Blame Steve. And so first move was clockwise. We'll do the same for the B stepper. First move was clockwise. See if I got the Z stepper motors order right. There should be front left. Down and back up. That looked right to me. Up. Yep. D1 should be the back of the bed. It was not. Z1 and Z2 are probably switched. Let me do Z2. Just make sure. Nothing for Z2. Oh, you know what? They skipped a motor. So they have it here. They don't skip a motor. They just do X, Y, Z1, Z1, Z2. And I think I copied off of that. I think this picture is probably quite old, but in this picture, I think they do skip one. Yeah, they skip two. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. So motor Z2 is not responding to the stepper buzz commands. I hear the stepper driver energizing when I run it. It makes a whirring sound, but it does not move. All the pins across all of them look the same. We back. 3, 2, 1, shut down. So that's this guy, definitely. We've got the jumpers in the right spot. Let's take the stepper driver from the unused spot. Swap it just as a smoke test. Where are you not sitting right? Yeah, that makes sense too. I'm gonna check after doing the driver swap, and then I'll do that. Same result. Okay. Power off. I need to just mount this finally. Oh, come on. How did you pop out? These printed DIN connectors are a pain in the butt sometimes. One connects, but the other one won't. Looks like you're doing terrible things to the board. There we go. Turn off my multimeter. Need to just stick that to something. We'll try using the TMC commands to spit out the driver's current status. Triple checking I have all the pin headers, jumpers connected right. Okay, go back to Z1, please. Z1, after switching Z1 and Z2, Z1 is stepper buzzing correctly. Z2 is not. So it's that port, that step stick port. Oh, see it back crimp. Do the pins for Z2 match the socket you're using for Z2? You mean in the config? Like everything else in the config is right, but yeah, that's the kind of, guess the next thing to investigate. It would seem very silly and like they would get a lot of reports from builders if it was somehow messed up. I can feel the motor engaging. The motor that's now in the port for Z2. Or I can feel some kind of current going through it. Is the Black, green, red, blue. Cable order's the same for all three Z motors. They're actually different for the AB. But yeah, when I put my hand on the motor, I can feel when I do the buzz, it's trying to move it. Maybe it is the pin assignment. Just go full screen. PG. Zoom. Does it seem weird that these are .87 E0? And the dir pin is inverted for that one pin? Let's go look at Voron Trident GitHub. .87 1312. Okay, it's very different on this. I couldn't find a PT2. Did I just miss where it lists the motor pin? Like here it just shows which motor number is which. This size. It's just dimensions. And out. This is the end stops on there. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. Five we're having the problem with? No. One, two, three, four, five, six we're having the problem with. Motor 6. Diag is PC15. These are like PBs, PGs. PBs. Was it just otherwise other? It's the. Ah. The green, okay. That's still not helpful, is it? Like, that's not telling us. Oh yeah, ground, dir, step. Let's put this over here. No, why would I want it in the corner? Put this over here. V2 is motor 6. It should be dir PD. Already used somewhere? Am I reading that right? You guys can't see it. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, that's motor 5. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it's motor 6. Shut down and switch them back to where they should be. Come out, please. Motor 1, 2, 3, skip 4, 5, and 6. I'm gonna go through all of them. Motor 1 will be X. Do 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 do. Stepper X is motor 1. Step is PE6, PE5 is dir. Enable is 14. They have it negated, and So that's obviously working and correct. X, E1, E2, 4 and 3. Z0 is motor 3, and that's PB8, PB7, PB0. Z1 is motor 5. I'm reading something wrong. Z. It's the front left. Which I think should be in... I'm not unplugging it, I'm just tracing it. Yes, motor 3. I need 2 tabs of this. Motor 3 is PB7 and PB8. Yep, so that's Z0. Z1 is working. That is PB3, 4, which is motor 4. Motor 1, motor 2, motor 3. Motor 4 is empty. What am I missing here, guys? I have 1, 2, and 3 populated. Motor 4 I don't have populated. Motor 5 I do. Is the driver socketed correctly? Like seated? I can try just reseating them. shutting down. Pins a little bit. I just pulled it and reseated it. Oh, I didn't turn off the desktop so you guys can see. But that's all I did. I previously swapped them. I'm not sure if you saw that while we were trying other stuff. V0 still works. That was different. It's a TMC UART error. Other diagram. One, two, 3A, skip 3B, 4, and 5. Dead port on the board would be very disappointing. Not sure what else to try. I swapped the drivers and swapped them back though. I've tried both drivers in both positions and both motors in both positions, and so that would lead me to believe it's the port. I've just reseated everything again. It's just Z2. Which is motor 1, 2, 3, 1, 4, 5. If you go back to this, motor 5 pins should be PG 12, 13, 15. What? Did we lose audio again? I think audio's good. Oop, too far. Z1, Z2, 12, 13, 15. One, two, three. 2, 3. 3A, 4, and 5. Can you hear me? This one is inverted when all, but the dir pin would just make it go backwards if it was wrong. I don't know why that pin would be inverted when all the other ones aren't. What is your major malfunction? Okay, you hear me. Oh, too much. This is what we got. We're using the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stepper driver slots, and then slot 3 has 2 outputs, as Phil noted. So we're using 1, 2, 3, skip 3B, 4, and 5. And whichever one seems to go in this last slot just doesn't do anything. If I put my hand on the actual motor and run the buzz, I can feel it energize. Try moving over to the next port and config for that port. So the next one that way. Which would be 6 and PD, PG, P11. Okay. And then I have to change the like UART and stuff like that too. Is there anything special about these ports or different? There's a little fan port that we're skipping. Trying to make sure it's seated correctly. It's got that pin and that pin jumped. That looks correct. Yeah, I have seen that, like where you have one have AB or something switched. And one way you can switch them the wrong way, like if you don't have them paired, it'll run, but it'll kind of ka-chunk, and the other way it just won't run. The D2 is now going to be stir PD7 step PG9 enable PG11 UART pin UG10 .this CS chip select that did it. And it moved down. Bad port, or was the config for that bad? It's 14, 15, 12, 13, 14, 15. Let me go check the config they gave us. Yeah, no, that's the Voron. The FORMBOT. Twelve, 13, 14, 15. The third pin was reversed for whatever reason. Maybe a bad capacitor, bad driver slot. Yeah. The cap doesn't look blown up. But we found a solution to move forward. We need to do direction. In stops check, we did that. XY homing check. To have our hand on the emergency stop. Move it to the center. And get ready to home X. That's good. Try homing Y. That's good. Move to the center. And I guess try homing Z. Hooray! I guess all of our motor directions are right. If I move to plus 25. Of course, I haven't done Z tilt, but if I then go to 250 or 249. Or 9 0 0. I can make sure that we're going to be on the bed a little bit later. P5. We have motion. You don't have to worry about Z and stop. Positioning. Which is weird. They ask us if we had tap. Define 0.00. Eight, 4. Move to the front left. I'm just going to remove this Bowden tube. Oop, ran into my camera. Any kind of resistance before the nozzle gets to the front left corner. We are maybe a tiny bit over traveled in the like 1 millimeter in each direction. Run home XY. Homing speeds are very conservative. After this, the nozzle will be at the position defined as in stop. We're pretty darn spot on. Again, maybe a millimeter on each side using the octopus. It's within 5 millimeters of the edge. I'll fine tune that later. I want to get to bed tilt. We don't have a Z and stop pin location. It's weird it asks us if we have tap, but then it didn't. Probe check. Two, 5. I think that's all good and already in our config. Move to the center of the bed and run probe accuracy. Foam before probe. And probe accuracy. Let's say what we want that to be under. I've got 001256. I think that's good. PID tune. Up. Here's the bed. It actually recommends we set the part cooling fans to 25%. Or fan, I guess, in this case, but. This is going to take a little while. I assume you will swear to cartographer in short order, like most sensible people. We'll see. I'll give tap its fair shake and try to use, I want to write a little bit of a review on this kit. So I think it having tap is a fairly unique thing. I don't know if if FISIC, Cybor, or Cybor might have tap. And I think about it, but I don't think LDO or FISIC do. So it's kind of a unique thing. I'll evaluate it and then probably end up switching to something else. There's a weird kind of kink in this cable and I don't know what it's from. What's next? Set for PID. Z-tilt. Offset. Aside from cartographer meshing faster, what's so bad about tap? They're doing cartographer now? Interesting. Breath? No, why would you go up there? Stop it. You can like barely see the wave. Man, this is taking a little while longer. I guess it's a big bed. I'm used to tiny beds. How many cycles does it do? You guys recall? Quick. Drink a break. Five cycles. I think that was 3. So before, hopefully the hotter end will go faster. No, it's like the first heat of a bed. Boom, 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 boom. So let's see, what was weird stuff? Main cell not being included in the config. The resonance tuning section, I needed to comment out. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I'm really spoiled by V0 heat up times, I think. And we done. Save config before I forget. Oh shoot, I was supposed to set the fan to 25%. Need to stop that. Maybe it has it built in, but I just didn't. It didn't have some of the things that it needed filled out in the config. Like it. Here's the config. Resonance. I can't find it now. I'm not gonna let it go down to 0 to restart. This first test. One of the errors I had to correct when I first turned it on was it had a section for the resonance calibration, but it didn't have one of the settings in there, so I just commented it out. What ADC out of range? Oh, it went above that. Max temp I set. When it overshot. Dag nap it. I haven't fixed the touchscreen yet. Did any of the buttons do anything to help? I can search for it while it's finishing. Common stuff is make sure you use a data cable. I would hope that they included a data cable. And it's obviously plugged in because it gets power, but maybe I'll reseat it. Switch ports, I'll try that. Verify display resolution. Where is that? Where is the display defined? Save big. See, do I have the HDMI? Documentation open anywhere? Oh my gosh. Well, it's in. After installing the OS on a TF card, not seeing anything that would help me remedy touch not working. Other USB port didn't seem to help. Pliers. Reseating. Over there didn't work. I didn't think the HDMI would matter. It's displaying, right? I'm not sure. I mean, it's the cable this came with. The HDMI port matter. I'm not sure. I'm gonna probably take it out and try to reseat it in the mount. If you have any other ideas, let me know. Z-tilt. No trigger on probe after full movement. Well, not sure why homing Z would work, but then I'm confused. It didn't move the bed all the way up. You didn't even try. Like obviously it's working for homing. Tolerance 0.0075. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened with that. I just kind of manually leveled and then backed them off so that they were close. I'm not sure if there's like a max D distance or something like that in the settings somewhere, but that was weird. I'll do that later with the heated chamber. Run a G28 and run and probe calibrate. Where is mon papier? Really move towards. Slowly move the nozzle towards the bed using Z-test -1 until the nozzle relatively close and start stepping down smaller but touches the piece of paper. So our basic steps. Oh, that's already grabbing. That's not right. Too tight. You can baby step later. We didn't run stepper buzz on the extruder. You're back. Welcome back. We are through the setup except for like E-steps and tuning type stuff. So I'm gonna try to see if there's anything else I want to do to wrap up this session. We've been streaming for 5 hours. We didn't do a extruder stepper buzz. Maybe that's in the it moved counterclockwise first. Should the extruder move counterclockwise or clockwise? Clockwise. I need to invert that. Yep, move clockwise first, which will feed. No. Apparently it needs to be backwards. Because looking at the gear, it actually moves filament out, so it was right. I'm still not sure about this. Like length and stuff. I mean, it seemed to be able to move throughout the chamber fairly well, but like in some places this ends up flopping into this and this. Oh, you guys can't see. Need to up my homing speeds a little bit. But like here, I don't know, I just feel like everything's kind of running into each other. You know what I mean? Just seems a little clunky in this area. Entering the location of the arm might help. They show a little bit about where to put it. Squirrel, please. Ready, please. Why are my arrow keys not? Oh, we're at the top. Oh, my function key is on. So they actually have it further over than I do. You know what I mean? Like they have it really, really far over. I don't know what size their build is, but I feel like they've got it within 4 inches. I don't really have a good picture of it kind of like all together. I'll play with it. Apparently they cut their CAN cable like right where it comes into the base. Oh, for the inverted electronics, I initially made a little handle by taking an extra part and just VHBing it to the panel. But then I found this part, which is meant to be a little handle to be able to pick it up, but I have to scooch that a little tiny bit. There we go. But yeah, this handle will go here near the front. Yeah, I'll just have to find something that seems to work well, and you'll be able to lift this up, get your fingers under it, slide it, tilt it, and get into the electronics bay. To do, I think we can start pushing plastic. Next stream, do our E-steps calibration and maybe do some first prints, like build plate, kind of just, I don't know, I need to find some PLA to use. I haven't printed PLA in a while outside of the Prusa MK3S. We'll see if I want to sleeve more. I think I want to do some of these extra sleeves in like blue. So there's some blue and yellow. So that'll be the CAN cable in yellow, and then these other two combined into one in blue. I think that'll look kind of Fallout-y to me in my head, having multiple kind of cables running together. And then on this side, maybe I'll do just blue. I really like this shield. It's not on there very well. I need to tighten it up, but that should, you know, prevent this from folding in. What else? There's some tightening up. I need to redo some cable management. Figure out what's wrong with the touchscreen. It didn't seem like it was anything to do with like the CB1 from a quick, you know, Gemini search. And eventually we'll of course do panels and some other stuff, but I want to get it printing PLA first. And then what about more Silver Brotherhood vibes? I was thinking about that a little bit. Can do that with printed parts. It does have these extrusion backers. Has a little bit of silver. Maybe if I can get a laser, I can etch some Brotherhood of Steel logos or something like that on those parts. It does have, you know, the lead screws are a little silver. Some of the screw heads are a little silver. We'll need to tune the belts. I got them installed, but I didn't like tune them to the perfect tension. So I need to get out my, what is it, PF Makes tuner. You can remove this. We got our satin side of the PEI sheet. I do want to find some type of a mod to do bed sheet location. I might consider doing what some people have done, which is drilling holes and tapping screws and then using washers as a location guide so you can push it back, have it stop and come down. I do wish that there was something that would keep it kind of like to the side, centered to the side as well. Need to get the Nomi set up. That can wait for a little while. There's some small pieces like this that'll go on there. Hopefully everything will be able to slide under this. Is it like so? I think it's a little too low. Dang it. Yeah, these things are annoying. But whatever. These need to go in here. And then the sleeve cables will feed down into there. Some of the first prints we need to do once we get everything enclosed is the remaining pieces down here for the fans. We did get 2 different size foams. Need to figure out which ones need to get used for the panel mounts. We have 3 LED lights. Probably gonna do left, right, and front. And then they technically give us a filter. Oh, we need to do Nevermore as well eventually once we kind of get it enclosed and printing ABS. But yeah, pretty successful stream. Oop. A couple funky parts. Apparently this stepper driver port is just dead, or I messed something up somehow, but moving it over to here works fine. So keep that in mind. My Nevermore parts aren't the ones that they recommended, so I need to find a mount that'll work for it. I have the V6 Nevermore, and I think they recommend like the V5. So the one that they recommend, they actually have it a special mount that was too big for me to print. But yeah, you can just see that theirs is pretty different than mine. And I don't know if my Nevermore will fit with that mount, but I'm sure there's a mount that'll work. But yeah, that's the plan. We'll do some basic tuning. Is V6 better? I do not know. Chris from Chris's Living Room Basement, the guy who runs Octo app, I watched his 2.4 stream and he printed and used this one. Of course, the V 2.4 mounts the Nevermore in a completely different way. It mounts it kind of in the bottom under the bed, and this one is mounted up under the bed. So maybe that makes a difference, but he had a cool mod that gets rid of the weird plenum thing and lets you load from the front. And then he used magnets to help this lock into place. And I like that a whole lot better than that plenum. I haven't changed the media in one of my Nevermores just because that plenum is such a pain in the butt to remove and get back in. So, yeah, I kind of just did it because I've already seen somebody use it and I kind of like the way that they did it. But yeah, I will make a list. We do have this that can eventually go in there. There's a filter that can go in the back, and FORMBOT gives you what looks like injection molded parts. We'll have to decide if we want to put that on there or close it up some other way. It has the Bowden inlet, so yeah, still quite a bit to do. I'm hoping 2 to 3 more streams, like 1 stream to get printing, 1 stream, maybe that'll be the same stream to do like a bunch of tuning, and then eventually close it up with panels and mods. That's the plan. But thanks to everybody who tuned in. Thanks to Down Under Maker for all the help. Verbal Shadow as well. Anybody else who might still be lurking or who dropped by in the past. Yeah, pretty happy with everything so far. Need to fine tune some things and figure some things out, but I will do a little bit off stream, not too much. Maybe I'll sleeve the cables off stream just because that took so long, and then kind of report back to you guys. If you have any questions or comments, if you're watching this in the future, leave them in the comments. Let me know if you've got this kit, if you're thinking about this kit, what questions you have for it. If I did something stupid and wrong, let me know in the comments and I will surely reply to you. Maybe 1 more stream this week. I'm not sure what day. Maybe Thursday. What day is now? Wednesday, but we'll see. Saturday could work, but it depends on if Steve streams, because I usually try to watch his streams. But yeah, that is it for the stream, and yeah, I'm really happy with the build, and we'll be continuing in the next stream. Talk to you guys later. Peace.